Can you pray? You pray. I'd like to ask Commissioner McCoy if she'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us bow our heads, please. Dear Lord, we come before you this morning, just giving thanks for another day. We thank you, Lord, for making it possible for us to assemble today to take care of the business of the county as well as for the people of Harnett County. Guide us, Lord. Give us the right mind and a clean heart in making the decisions that we have to make today. This is my prayer. In your name I pray. Amen.
All right, are there any additions or deletions or alterations to the agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as stands?
Chair, I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda as published.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
This time is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk. This time we'll go into the public comment period. As we've said before, you get 3 minutes per person, not to exceed 30 minutes for the group, and no profane language or personal attacks will be tolerated. Johnny Adams. And Mr. Adams is not here today. Patricia Ward.
Good morning.
Woman.
Okay, so my name is Priscilla Ward, and I am coming from our organization, Place of Grace. It is a nonprofit. We are a new organization to Harnett County. We are pending our 501c3 right now. The applications have been put in. Collectively, Chris and I have worked with nonprofit organizations that serve the homeless for several years. I specifically have ran and operated as an executive director for a shelter for over 3 years in Lee County. We saw some needs that needed filled. We saw a need in Harnett County specifically for the numbers of the homeless. And for my independent day job, I do work for Johnson Lee Harnett Community Action, where we do pit counts and we do serve how many clients are on the street any given night. Harnett County, we only had one agency that was willing to go out on this particular night, January 31st, to do a count of the homeless. In that one night with one agency, there were 38 people contacted on the streets with no resources. You take that and you figure if they had a month, if they had 10 agencies, that's a large number that we're not aware of. These are pictures that we brought of actual encampments that are hidden in Harnett County that people are not aware of, and they are independent encampments. So we are wanting to do a low barrier nonprofit shelter in Harnett County for the homeless, serving men and women. We do want to do completely low barrier, where the only requirement for you to get in is that you meet the HUD definition of homeless. There are no shelters like this within 9 counties. We would be the only one. So we do have a large need for that. We do have our finances already built out, what it would cost us to run this shelter. If we did a shelter fully staffed of about 20 to 40 beds, it would cost us about $325,000 a year. That breaks down to about $27,000 per month. Very manageable. So we have that all out. We have all of our agency resources. We have connections in all 9 counties. I personally have connections to Coordinated Entry, which runs the entire homeless base in 9 counties. So today, what we would like to present to the community is to allow us to begin the process to open and operate a nonprofit low barrier shelter in Harnett County, specifically in Lillington. This is better for the business, for the economy. This will help people thrive. This will help our hospitals not spend 3 to 5 million a year treating the homeless. This would help the landlords get back up on economy. This would help our businesses not have people panhandling. This will help us all the way around. So we just want to present that and get the county and the city of Lillington hopefully on board with this idea. We do have a 3-year plan, 1 year to find a location, get our plannings, permits, all of that done, 1 year to build, get it set up, and 1 year to operate is our 3-year plan. Up to 5 years, we would eventually like to have 40 beds. So that's what we're presenting today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kate? Thank
It's a little unusual. Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Kate Reichert. I'm in District 4 at 6711 River Road. I understand that you have many responsibilities, one of which is being steward of our county. And among those responsibilities is ensuring that our present and future needs of the county are protected. As such, today I want to speak to you about a concern I have, and I'm going to read so that I can make it through. And I'm here because our public schools are failing. According to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, Harnett County is deemed a low-performing school district. In 2022 and 2023, the majority of our schools received D's and F's. In 2022, 17 out of 25 schools received a school performance grade of D, and 2 schools received an F. In 2023, 18 of our schools received a school, pardon? Did someone say something? 18 of our schools received a school performance grade of D and 2 of F. This is not because our children are not up to the task of learning, and it is also not because our teachers are not up to the task of teaching. It is because we as citizens have been asleep at the wheel while somebody has dropped the ball on taking care of our schools. Let me underscore this by telling you about the public schools of Bertie County, which is one of the poorest counties in our state. It is ranked 7th economically, which is out of a number, the lowest being 1. So in terms of its tier, it is considered a tier 1 economic rating. Bertie was unable to attract and retain teachers, partly because the school did not pay any supplemental teacher pay, 0. In 2019, the county hired a new superintendent whose top priority was to convince county commissioners to kick in extra money for salary supplements. Today, the local supplemental pay in Bertie County is $1,800 per pupil, and that's how it's budgeted. It's based on a per pupil amount, which is what all the counties do. In contrast, Harnett County, a middle wealth county with an economic rank of 45, pays a local supplemental pay of $901. This is 1/2 of what Bertie County is paying. This amount is 1/2. No wonder our county school is labeled a low-performing school district. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Elizabeth Long.
Elizabeth Longman, 234 Hamilton. I just came to see, I saw that there's going to be a discussion of this is the time you start talking about things that might show up on the budget. We had a very good Easter, and I hope you did. And we showed up at the Shriners Park, which is right down here. Very nice park, developing very well. A great place for couples to take a promenade in the sunshine. And many of us were out there. And the big question was, where are the benches? I mean, it's a long walk. It's beyond from what you can see. There are three other openings down there where they've cleared and opened up. Nice pathway all the way down. You can walk for like 30 minutes in there, but there's not one bench, not one place to sit down. And not all of us were as agile. Some people were, in their 70s or whatever, but they were out there enjoying the sun. If Harnett County could spare $2 or $3 and put some seating, so we're not having to call 911 to pull us out of the woods because there was no seating. That would really be nice in consideration of that. And also, as you talk about number 6, which is the request for approval for the middle school, and I'd mentioned it earlier, we need a gas station in that Flatwoods area. We need a gas station. You're getting ready to add a whole school with all the school traffic and all of that going on. There is no nice convenience store gas station. So somewhere in your considerations of the school, map up a little plot and say this is where. And I went ahead to make sure we've got no consequences like we did last time up at the Kipling Cross area. I talked to the landowners in that area, talked to each one individually, and they said they will welcome a new business. In fact, the biggest place is the farm there that has the feed store and everything. He said he would welcome having a convenience store, nice, not the junky stuff, but the nice stuff in that corner. So as you approve the school, please ask planning or whoever your headhunter is to go bring us a gas station, convenience store, nice thing over there as well.
Alan Longman?
My name is Alan Longman, 234 Hamilton Road, Bond Level. The reason why I want to talk is to mention earlier this large number of people living in the woods that are homeless. If you go around and go to the shopping centers, you will find people sleeping in the cars. You just don't notice them. At night, there's a fairly large number of people walking around who do not have homes. So we definitely have a need for a homeless shelter. A lot of veterans are homeless, and they have to go far away to get housing, to get a place to stay, even though they're supposedly guaranteed some opportunity for that. It's not anywhere near around here. So you have to do more to help the homeless. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the school system, which was mentioned. It is pathetic that we have not put our major push to have better schools. People come here to bring their children. The professionals up in Raleigh, they want to have a good and decent school system because it's important to them for the future of their children. A lot of them won't come here or may leave once they're here because the school system is not good enough. You need to spend more money per student, meaning useful money, meaning that you get a direct increase in how good your schools are and how good the students are turning out. So I'd like to see some better effort done for the school system where it takes priority and where the money is going to be sent to them to actually get something done. Thank you.
Mr. Reeves?
Jerry Rivas, 364 Twin Ponds Road. Last month I came and spoke to you about getting electronic threats from Deputy Mark Hornsby. That case ended up being dismissed because I left a date off of the application for a no contact order. He didn't bother to show up. He had attorney Tony Buzzard show up. What an appropriate name for a lawyer, huh? Anyway, last year One of my grandchildren told me they had heard a rumor that there was a sheriff's deputy was having an affair with a 14-year-old student at their school. I called the sheriff's department, spoke with the lieutenant in charge of the school resource officers. He said, no, nothing like that has ever happened. No, totally untrue. But last December, that deputy pled guilty to reduced charges that involved sexual liberties with a child. Then in January, I believe it was, we had another deputy was fired for indecent liberties with a child. What is going on with the sheriff's department? What in the world is going on? Were these deputies, were they serving those children, or were they protecting those children? Or was it all about, officer safety? That seems to be the mantra that all of them preach. Get out of your car. It's for officer safety. Put your phone down for officer safety. Lick my boots. It's for officer safety. It's gotten ridiculous. I don't know what their training is in the academy, but anymore it seems like every time you have an encounter out on the road with a deputy, they come out of their car with an attitude. It's like you're the enemy. Doesn't matter what you were doing. You're the enemy. You just get treated like trash. I had a discussion with a state trooper. This guy looked like he was 16 years old and stole his big brother's cop uniform. I'm 67 years old. Not one time did this little punk utter the word sir in his diatribe. And I proved him wrong. His own dash camera proved him wrong, and he couldn't write me any tickets. But he was not happy about that. Something's got to change. And I think this department over there is sorely in need of some real leadership, because I don't think Wayne Coates is doing anything. He's absolutely the worst sheriff this county has ever had. And people need to have faith in our law enforcement officers. And it's virtually impossible here because one bad apple will spoil the whole bunch. Now, see, if 10 good cops see one bad cop do something wrong and they don't speak out, guess what? They're all bad cops. This blue coat of silence garbage has got to stop. It's got to stop.
All right, we'll move on to item number 6. Discuss and consider a request to approve Flatwoods Middle School project ordinance. Ms. Hunt, you have something, Ms. Honeycutt, you want to add to that, or?
Yes, sir. I was just saying that, as requested, I have provided each of you a listing of a detail of the architect's cost, and I have placed it at your place setting for the Flatwoods as well as the Shawtown. I know the Shawtown was under the consent agenda, but just for continuity purposes, I included that as well as the cost from previous projects.
Is there a motion to approve the project ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Item number 7, discuss and consider a request to approve the Flatwoods Middle School project reimbursement resolution.
Yes, sir. As requested, this is a reimbursement resolution that will follow the approval of the Flatwoods Middle School project. And in a sense, this resolution approved by the board would allow the county to reimburse itself when we issue debt, or we will actually go out for probably limited obligation bonds. And then any money that we spent getting up to the construction timeline will be reimbursed from those proceeds.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Discuss and consider approval of the project funding priorities.
Sharon, I can cover that one if you'd like.
You would please, sir.
All right, so I did receive responses from all the commissioners, and I have ranked the projects. We had around 15 projects that were a possibility, and this is the ranking they ended up. Our number one being receiving the rest of the funding for the runway extension and widening project as being our number one priority. The Northwest Corporate Hangar Development as number 2. Animal shelter funding as number 3. Cardiac monitors as number 4. And then number 5, construct 3 large corporate hangars. So I'll take these, we'll present these today, this afternoon. If the board will approve them, and then we can discuss them today with our legislators.
Okay. All right, so we don't need any action on that. Or do we?
Yes, if you could have just a motion to approve, that would be fine.
I have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Your number 5 is construction of the 3 large corporate hangars.
Yes, sir.
I know you can't answer me, but I'm just wondering, why are we not focusing on trying to complete the Shadows Park? That park has been there for many, many years. We have not done anything there except for put up a bathroom down there. I think that's the most valuable piece of property as far as a park that County has right now. And I would love to see us put some effort in completing that, because I won't say anything negative about the parks or whatever you're doing, but it seems like to me, I remember when they introduced that to the public, and that's been 6 or 7 years ago, and nothing has been done down there except for put up a bathroom. So I would like to see us all concentrate on that, doing something towards getting that park to look like a real park. It's right on the river. Excellent piece of land. I rode down there yesterday.
And we do have some projects in our CIP for the future for that particular park. We'll be working through the funds that we have in our reserve funds to be able to address some of that in the future. One of the things that we do when we meet with our legislatures is we review the whole list with
Okay.
them. Sometimes we get successful in, say, maybe they have a small amount of money that they have identified in a particular program. Even though it's a lower priority on our list, if the funding is available, it can move up as far as getting funded as an item based on what funding can be accessed. And so that's why I like to have a list that I presented to you of 10 items, so that if we hit something that happens to be something that the legislature is going to fund in this year with extra money, we can secure that if we have identified something that gives us the opportunity to be successful in receiving that funding for a particular project. So we'll attempt to get some funding for that as well.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the answer. And I know how these things work, but sometimes it's like things to the public. Thank you.
And we need a motion to approve.
Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the legislative priorities as presented.
Okay, Cheryl, second for purposes of discussion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk. County Manager's report.
The only thing I have is that we are having our legislative luncheon today at 11:45. We look forward to the opportunity to talk to our legislatures about our priority projects and our legislative agenda. And so we'll do that at 11:45 downstairs.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve budget amendments as requested by the finance officer?
Yes, thank you. Any budget amendment?
I make a motion that we approve this agreement.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Item number 10, new business. Approve a sponsorship levels and T-shirt costs for the Jetport Jamboree. I'm going to leave that to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I will sure cover that. Pretty simple. As the committee that's planning our ribbon cutting and Jetport Jamboree, we're doing their planning. They identified desire to receive sponsorship funding. And what we do typically have the board approve. We treat this as a fee, so therefore all fees must be approved by the board. So it needs to be brought before you. Normally, we would do that at budget time, but this came up obviously after that was originally approved. So we will set 3 sponsorship levels. Diamond sponsor at 2,500, gold sponsor at 1,500, and silver sponsor at 1,000. Those sponsor levels give you some publicity regarding being a sponsor when we put out our advertising and some other little things that go along with that. So, and then our T-shirts, there is a desire to sell T-shirts, and we're looking at $10 per shirt. That should cover the cost of the shirt, maybe make a little extra, but it's really about getting the brand out there, an opportunity for us to do that with selling T-shirts. So if the board is okay with that, we take a motion to approve that.
But
I'm gonna have a question. When is this gonna happen? You have a date for this?
May 18th.
May 18th.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
motion has been made properly seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, Madam Clerk. All right. Mr. Counselor, still no need for a closed session.
That's correct.
Okay? At this time, at the sound of the gavel, we will be at recess until 11:45. Harnett County Commission back to order. Brent, I'm gonna turn things over and let you introduce everybody.
You want to eat first?
Sure, if that's what y'all wanna do.
I think, yeah, might as well allow anyone else that might be on the way to be able to get here in time if we could go ahead and eat. Want me to say grace?
Please do.
All right. Lord, we thank you for this food and this opportunity to gather. Please bless this food to help nourish our bodies. Thank you, Lord, for all the presence and support that we have for Harnett County that's here in this room. We thank you, Lord. Bless this meeting as we discuss our future needs and priorities. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. That's right. First, kick off this meeting with introducing a few folks. One of the first start with our Kairos group, our lobbying firm that we've hired and have under contract. I have Scott Laster, Chris Stock, and KJ Stansel over here, and you'll be seeing them as we get into the session again this year. In addition, as we did last year, Coley and I have talked, and also Chairman Morris are interested when the session begins to come up and visit with you once a month or so, and just catch up on things in your place and have an opportunity to share where we're at on different things and answer any questions you may have at that time. Of course, also we have a number of staff are here and anxious. I think most know the various staff members, so I want to introduce each of them. But I wanted to start off by first asking if each of the representatives can introduce themselves so that everybody knows who's representing who in the room, because I'm not sure I know you. So why don't you start?
Hi, I'm Fallon Strickland. I'm here from Congressman Wiley Nichols' office.
Okay.
Representative Joe Pike. I've got the western side of the county and right here in Wilmington for the state.
Representative Howard Penny, House District 53. I represent 6 precincts in Harnett County and 6 precincts in Johnston County.
Sam Shumate with United States Senator Ted Budd, covering Harnett, 21 other counties here in the southeastern part of the state, live right next door to you in Sanford.
Joe Bergen, North Carolina Senate, I represent Harnett, Lee, part of Sampson County.
We thank you all for being here. It's very important to us to have you here and have this opportunity to discuss our priorities. I provided a document that is our legislative priority document. If you don't have one in front of you, we'll make sure and get one to you. The priorities that we have are very similar, but I want to talk a little bit about, update you where we're at on some of these priorities. So the first priority under economic development is assist with efforts to expand natural gas capacity. We, for the longest time, have had a need in the western part of the county to expand natural gas. We've actually started making a little bit of progress, and so hopefully, as we get through this year, we'll be able to say we've made even more progress. So we've now made contact. I've been able to make contact with individuals from Piedmont Gas. They're very interested in partnering with us to help this to happen. They say they're ready to expand if they can get access through Fort Liberty. I recently went to a meeting up in the Pentagon on a different matter, but happened to make contact with some individuals that are connected with the garrison, and hopefully will open those doors a little bit more to figure out who we need to be meeting with as decision makers related to getting access. So hopefully have more updates. At some point, we may need some more federal help as it relates to that particular issue. The next item is assist the county in creation of economic development sites, buildings, and industrial parks. I'm happy to report that our county has begun to make some progress in that area. We've partnered now with Samet Corporation to develop an industrial park over close to done. They're in the middle of doing their due diligence with that project, and hopefully we'll have the first spec building up about a year from now. So all things go well. And I know that Stephen in Barrington is working on a number of other projects that hopefully will lead to some development that will occur within the county. So that's where we're at with that, but that's critical. We know that we need to create some good paying jobs within our county, and so for us, that's a high priority. Assisting the county, and our next priority is assist the county in expanding broadband access to underserved areas. We've been lucky. We were awarded one great grant, and we also, through the process, had Cloudwise receive approval for some additional areas that they'll be able to serve, and we're applying for, likely going to apply for a second great grant. We also feel we're in line for a positive result when it comes to the CAB grant that the state has available. We have matching funds that are necessary in order to make those things happen. In addition, we're in the middle of phase 2 with Cloudwise on expanding additional broadband in the southwest part of the county. So good progress. Thank you, legislators, for that funding, because that has been important for us in order to make the progress that we have. In the area of education, obviously our growth that we have, our priority is to provide additional solutions to assist with public education capital funding. And on that priority, obviously our growth is very much leading to construction needs within our county. We're currently working with the school district on building a new middle school with plans for a high school and 2 elementary schools in probably within the next 5 years. So any additional funding that can be pushed towards that area would be very beneficial. We were not successful in getting the latest capital needs lottery funding for the school, and I know the school district intends to apply next year for the funding for the high school. So that'll be our next project that we make an effort to get approval for. The next major legislative priority is our Harnett Regional Jetport. I can state we've been very successful at moving, with your assistance, many of our projects forward. The terminal is nearing completion. The ribbon cutting is set for May 18, and we're excited that that facility is going to be out there. It is going to take it up to the top notch as far as facilities for counties when it comes to their jetport, airport areas. So we're excited, but the work's not done. We received funding for the runway extension, but there are some other issues related to that for the widening of the runway and some other areas. And so we have a need for some additional funding when it comes to the jetport, including potentially some hangars in that area so we can continue to support the growth that we know. We have a waiting list for hangars and individuals that are ready to build hangars. So any assistance that can be provided there will be helpful. So we have a lot of additional legislative priorities. There's about 10 additional items that are listed. Of them, there were a couple removed from the previous year as they were handled with legislation, but we did add one, and I want to cover that real quick. There is a bill in the Senate Finance Committee that's called the Severe Disabled Veterans Act of 2023. And what that does is it creates an exclusion of the first $100,000 of appraised value for 100% disabled veterans. That bill is right now in committee. It has a hold harmless clause, which makes it very beneficial for counties. Obviously, that requires funding from the state in order to make us hold harmless, but it would be a way to help support our veterans, our disabled veterans that are the most affected by their impact of their service. So we're very interested in seeing that move forward. At least potentially some discussion this year. I know it's a short session and the ability to get it out of committee may be difficult, but that's something that, or something similar to that would be of interest to us. Obviously, as bills are filed or considered, we'd be interested in being involved in those discussions as we go forward. And I don't know if you have any others that specifically you'd like me to cover those additional priorities, but I think that covers the highlights that I wanted to bring forward.
It's going to lady here.
I have one where you have some attention drawn to the disabled veterans, and I'm all in favor of that because veterans are very important to this county and to this country. But I'm also asking if you look at the senior citizens, because ours is based on counties. All senior citizens is based on a county of their earnings and all. As you know, senior citizens, most of them, is only based on Social Security. Not many senior citizens work. There are a few that do, but the majority of them don't. I don't know if this will ever happen, but I'm not going to sit here and not say that I think something should be done for the senior citizens as well as for the veterans. I've been doing things in the right way. I know we can't just straight hit the one on the disabled veterans. It's already in the legislature. And I'm hoping that you all follow through on it. But many disabled veterans work. They have basically other incomes coming in. Not many of them that don't, but there are a lot of them. So I'm just saying, look at both. And that was one of my requests.
The other, I don't know if there's any other discussion related to any of these particular priorities that I discussed.
First, thank you. Lunch was good.
Oh, good.
Appreciate it. It's great to see everybody here, and I'll talk about these three folks right here. You all picked some really good people to represent you. I've known all of them and worked with all of them in different capacities, and so, you know, what you want in a lobbying group is somebody that's well respected and welcome in your office, and so all of them are. And, so good job on that. You know, y'all continue to put together some things that are good things, but they also have some pretty good price tags on them. I know the airport, I think, Howard, Joe, how much we've already put into the airport over the last 2 or 3?
That was 5 for.
How much?
15.4, 15.6.
Yeah, but that's on top of.
Oh, yeah,
that's on top of another 8 and another, and all of us know that regional airports are something of high interest to companies right now. We're seeing that across the board. We're working on a number of issues, but I'll go ahead and pre-warn everybody that in the short session, there's going to be very little money, and it depends on what happens to the economy this fall and going into 2025 on what the next budget's going to be, because they're already warning us about some things. I met a business owner this morning that was telling me that they just got some financial forecasts that weren't good for their industry, and you know, who knows? The economy surprised a lot of people. A lot of people thought there was going to be a recession last year, and there wasn't. And people have been predicting one this year, and so far there hadn't. And the highest stock market we've ever had, so who knows? I think God knows that He hadn't given anybody that knowledge yet. So, but and some of us were talking a little earlier. One of my big concerns is just from what I see in Harnett County is just the rampant growth of houses without the supporting other businesses. And I know you all are working on this and developing some areas. But Howard represents Johnston County. I used to represent Johnston County. I currently represent Lee County. In both of those areas, job-wise, are growing just, it's unheard of. I mean, the Japanese are putting a new gene therapy development in Lee County. Lee County's transition from more of a production now to more pharmaceutical, high-tech. A lot of gene therapy is going there. And I was talking to one of the insurance companies the other day, and they were talking about a specific gene therapy treatment for this child. $2 million is the treatment. This child has a rare disease, and they have a cure for it, but it's $2 million. And that's what the hospital paid for it. They're billing the insurance company $10 million for that treatment. So that's one of the things I'm going to be working on this week is, you know, we can't do that. That just doesn't make any sense. And the insurance companies can't pay it and shouldn't have to pay it, not that big a margin. But anyway, getting back to my concern is as I drive around and see between here, Fuquay, Anger, back to here, I've never seen, Bill, the kind of growth that we're seeing. And the houses, I drove by over at Harnett Central Middle, and from one week to the next, they had put those houses up so quick. I asked a builder, I said, I've never seen them build it. He said, Jim, it's cookie cutter. They've got everything cut, everything ready. All they do is put it together and shoot it down. And they can have them up. They'll have people living in those, Coley, in probably about a month.
3 months.
Yeah. So it's, and then as Bill and Brooks and I were talking about what's going to happen in 5 and 10 years with those. And one of the big concerns is a lot of them are becoming rentals right out of the bat. They're building them. Groups are turning around and buying 6 and 8 and 10 of them and putting them right in the rental market. And that's another whole characteristic that you got to look at. I don't know how to correct that. We still have pretty cheap land. We have great utilities. You know, every builder I talk to is looking for capacity and they're looking for density. So you as commissioners are going to have to decide how you're going to handle that, because you've provided great utilities, and as long as they're getting the densities they ask for. I mean, they paid $87,000 for an acre for property right down from where Ann and I live, and another guy got $97,000 an acre. But there's sewer that runs through it, so he can go in and just stack them on top of each other. And then that gets to the schools you were talking about. Those are some things that we all talk about and that we look at. And the request, so far, we've had over $1 billion worth of requests for this short session. And that's just what's out there right now. And the estimate is about what, Howard, Joe, about 400 million, 200 to 400 million is what we think we're going to have to spend. And there's already been over $1 billion worth of requests. We don't even know, how each of us gets some designated money, and we don't even know. We had a conference call the other day. We don't even know if we're going to get that. Now, there is something that's out there that could be interesting, and that's all of these federal funds, the ARPA money and all of that. It doesn't look like everybody's going to be able to spend that. So there could be some reversions on that, and we could have some additional funds to spend. And I don't know whether our federal folks want to chime in, but there's a lot of people that are looking at what's going to happen with things like early childhood. We have a $300 million gap coming up on early childhood July 1st. And we also have about a $300 million gap on home health and all of those. Those are where we raised the rates, used federal money to do it, and now that money's gone. And people are saying, in fact, I'm going to be on an early childhood meeting called tomorrow, and that's what we're talking about is what we're going to meet with Senator Berger Wednesday to talk about these things and what we can do. A lot of moving parts, but the schools. We met with a charter school the other day that wants to start and wanted to use our building Crossroads right here in Lillington. And we had met with them about 4 or 5 times, and they decided it would not work with our schedule and everything. But there's a bunch of groups that are looking at forming new charter schools. There's companies that are out there that are going around looking and asking churches and other organizations if they will help them get started. So you're going to be dealing with that too, which is good and bad. It pulls people out, but also pulls funding out too. Be happy to talk about any of those things, but I guess the one thing is it might take a little while to get some of these things. So if you're telling me that number 1 is the most important thing, that's what I'm going to work on is number 1. I'm not going to say anything about 2 or 3. We'll keep working on them, but number 1 is that now Piedmont is real interested about the gas, and they I've been talking to them a lot because I've been trying to get gas when I'm building a new house, and they're going to do it, but I'm having to pay for it to get it there, and so you might want to look at what kind of public-private deal they'll do. Bill, do you know, going up 210, are those new subdivisions, are they putting gas into all those new subdivisions?
I don't know.
Because, it goes, we added it a few years ago from Lillington all the way into Angier. So the pipeline is on the left side of 210 going all the way up the road. If I was building something up there, I would put gas all through this. I hope those subdivisions are putting gas. I'll pull in there and look see, but I would think that they are.
Most of them are not, Jim.
They're
Most
not?
of them, the builders want to go a cheaper route, do all electric appliances. Because I've been talking to a lot of subdivisions trying to get it spread, especially in Andrew, what y'all did a few years ago. It just blows my mind how much money was spent that the developers will not put the gas into the subdivision. I mean,
That's crazy. I would,
Yeah.
so none of those on the left side.
I know in Andrew there's not, I don't know about on the left side going in, but I would dare to guess that they're probably most of electric.
Well, I ran a bunch of cost on it, and it was worth me paying to put it in.
Yeah, definitely.
Howard?
Yes, I got lots of opportunities. Don't have any solutions right this minute, because I agree with everything that Senator Burton just said. We were on a caucus call, I guess, Thursday before last, so we pretty much told them no member request. So, I didn't say complete zero, because obviously things will come up we have to address. But I guess I've got a question back to you. We did a 4-in-1 corridor study a few years back. Whatever happened to that? Because all I see is houses. I don't see any land protected for commercial and industrial up between here and Wake County.
Yeah, so there's a study with Campo that we're in the middle of right now, but that's a great question. I know that's something that's been, 20 years or more, we've been talking about. They did environmental studies, they've done all kinds of different NEPA studies as far as looking at what's up, and that was done in 07 and 08. So the current one we're in right now is looking at that. It's blending back with the town of Fuquay. It's looking at their eastern-western loop and how it's going to tie back into Andrew as far as the bypass and then swing back around over to 401. So, but Howard, to answer your question, is it's a study. And that,
Well, there was a study years ago, and we actually came to a conclusion what we were going to do. It sounds like we're still studying.
that's correct.
The flip side of that, where I'm going with, we've got a mid-end corridor from Bowie Creek to Irwin.
Right.
And if we sit still, let all this become houses, guess what? We still don't have land for industrial, commercial, and for residential. We've got to make a decision as a county. Are we just going to be a bedroom community for Lee County, Wake County, Cumberland County, or are we going to finally start protecting land?
Great point, and I'll answer that very briefly if I may. So we're doing our land use plan right now. We're updating it. We had a small area plan that we did back in 2018, 2019 in Northwest Harnett. So we're doing a full comprehensive plan right now, and it addresses exactly what each of y'all just said. And I think the Board of Commissioners totally agree as far as where we're at and the density and the capacity, Jim, of what you're talking about. You're exactly right. It's just an open book. So what we're doing is trying to kind of look at that as far as where we stand and what we can do and what this county wants to grow into. And I know the commissioners have been really big on this, so you'll see that probably finished up about the middle of the summer, this summer. So we're excited about that opportunity to look at different avenues of that. Transportation is included, the Jetport overlay is included, affordable housing is included, as well as land use.
Don't shift gears. Let's talk about the airport. I see you've got our runway extension. You've got northwest corporate hangar development. Then number 5, construct 3 large corporate hangars. Talk to me what our plan is for a public-private partnership, because I'm very involved with Johnston County Regional Jetport and how they're being able to expand, because obviously they're expanding rapidly. The agreement between Representative Strickland and myself is whatever we do for Johnston, we'll do for Harnett. But they're using public-private partnership to go ahead, because there's such a demand for the hangars. Is that something Harnett County's looking at?
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to answer the question, but
It is.
we see all your requests for money,
Yeah.
and I want to know.
Right now, we have 3 individuals that have already stated that they will build a hangar. We'll provide a land lease to them, and they will build a hangar for their craft. And we have a 4th one that has interest once we get a little further along. So we have the ability, we think, to, if we can create the infrastructure for where those hangars can go around, we can create a taxiway and access to the runway and be able to get most of the hangars that are located around that infrastructure to be paid for from the private sector, which then is additional tax base for us, both from the building and from the standpoint of the planes that will be housed in there. So that's what we're looking at as far as private partnership.
And no more perpetual leases.
No, we have addressed that. Yes, the board has approved new leases that are in line with the FAA requirements. And so we're on track with all leases.
Howard,
We
Dan?
know that the Jetport is key to our economic growth as far as businesses and those type of things, so it's a
Yeah.
very key thing. But going back to a point that Senator Bergen made a moment ago, what we have to do now, you guys give us requests, the towns give us requests, you need to prioritize anything you send to us, because if you don't, Representative Pike and I are going to sit here and prioritize, because we have to. We have so many requests, a small pot of money, even though it's millions of dollars, so we have to make that tough decision for you if you do not make it.
Right. And so the list you see was voted and approved by the board today. So this is the priority list. Obviously, though, we know, as you stated, that the funding may be limited. So if we can't get the millions that we're requesting for the Jetport, but you see another project that would fit within that funding level that's available, we would definitely be willing to accept that type of assistance, because that nonetheless collects a priority that we have on our list and accomplishes that, and then we can cross that one off.
Unless you're lobbying for this end of the table, can do it. The House has been told basically 25, 26 before any major.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm not the Speaker of the House, so that's just what.
Sure. Well, and that's why we'll continue to work with you guys throughout the session to ensure that we're understanding where things are at as the leadership continues to move down through the process for the session, and be available to provide that information, so that if there is an opportunity that comes about, that we're there and ready to provide you the information, so you can get our request in if you see an opening that comes up for funding.
The key is, just like I said, communication between your lobbying group and your seated legislators, whether it's the Senate or the House. You have to let us know as quick as you can, because they say the early bird catches the worm.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere that saying goes.
Yep. Understood. Thank you.
So did you all did buy the property, the extra property over at the airport?
Yes.
You have that?
We have the 54 acres that's next to the Jetport, and we're going to be clearing that so that we can move forward. And then our consultant, our engineer, is working through determining what additional land we need to buy in order to do the runway extension. We're going to need to buy some of Mr. Britt's property around there in order to be able to build up the end of the runway. And so we're working on determining what that amount is, and then we'll be making that purchase ourselves so that we can move forward with the project. And that's kind of our part that we look at, that we need to do in order to move the project forward.
And the goal is to add how many more feet to it?
At 500 feet, so we'll be at 5,505.
Did, at one time, back a long time ago, we had talked to DOT about the property on the other side, you know, where they go in and get dirt and everything.
Yep.
Are you all planning on doing anything on that side, or
Right now, we're not. That is a secondary priority. If we determine we can't expand further on the west side, then we'll look to the east side. We do have enough land over there that there are some types of projects that we can consider. We are looking at giving Mr. Britt, as part of the land swap purchase, a portion. There's a little parcel of land that goes behind the DOT's property that we're looking to use as part of the exchange purchase for that property. But we haven't approached the DOT about pursuing that because of the other land. We need to really develop that first, given the purchase that we made.
Back a long time ago, I talked to back when Eric was the secretary, Eric Boyette, and then I talked to Keith Anderson about them giving us that land. And they weren't opposed to it. You know, it's part of a funding deal, especially if we could find somebody that wanted to develop a business over there. You know how lots of times on the other side of the airport you'll put a business, whether it's a engine maintenance repair and there's a lot of folks that are looking for facilities, everything from repairs, avionics.
We'll make an inquiry on that.
You know, there's more and more of this drone thing. We were talking about the Elizabeth City State and all of that program.
Right.
But you might want to pursue that.
But we'll talk to our district folks. We're gonna be meeting with them pretty soon and start with them, make sure they're not gonna say they have a need for it and continue to move forward.
Mostly they just go over there and get dirt when they
Yeah.
need it and dig it all out. And
Maybe we purchase it and move some of that dirt, so we don't have to move the dirt as far
Yeah.
when we do the runway extension.
Yeah, that'd be better than
All right, thank you.
they could get that worked out.
Joey, do you have anything there?
Well, I think you guys covered everything, but I did want to say that, you know, with 3 years now, what, 7% inflation, and now this year, 3%? Obviously, the cost has skyrocketed from our original estimates on things. So, when you're bringing us projects, let us know if these are hard numbers or if we need to fudge them a little, because I hate to go up and ask for money and then run right back and, you know, we need more money. So we need the best numbers, and then we need to tell them, this is the number, and this is the number today. This isn't the number in another year and a half or 2 years, because that number is gonna be, the way we're going, it's gonna be 15% more money. So, you know, just accurate numbers. I love the talk I've had with Bill and some of the other commissioners, that we're gonna really look to control the development in Harnett County and try to get some more big businesses in here. I'm hoping we can do that. The homes are going crazy. That's easy stuff to get. So I do really like to see that our county is planning things out in advance. I think you guys are doing a good job with that.
One other thing I'm concerned about is healthcare. You all know, just the end of last year, we don't have maternity in Harnett County anymore. We were delivering about 435 babies a year, and now if you have a child, and if you're expected in Harnett County, you have to leave the county unless you want to have the child at home. And I've been talking to Corey and all the folks at Harnett Health and at Cape Fear Valley. And part of the problem is you have to have at least 2 OBGYNs to be able to cover the hours and everything. They'd gotten down to 1, and he was a very much older gentleman and not able to do all of it, so they shut the whole thing down. But I think that's something you all need to be reminding them about, because as fast as we're growing and with that many children born, and of course, you know, they're going to be opening the medical office over here with the linear accelerator in it, which is something that's been planned for a long time. So we will be able to, a lot of people that have had to leave the county to get their radiation are going to be able to do it right here, which if you've not been over there, that's a fantastic operation. I was over there recently and looking at that, and then they're going to start on that adolescent mental health facility that we got money for a few years ago. So those things will be going on, and that's a big emphasis right now is adolescent mental health. And you all heard me say we're going to spend $835 million on mental health over this next 2-year period. So it's a great opportunity, I think, to help a lot of people that are having a lot of trouble, especially young people.
It's prepared.
Okay, for our congressional folks here, we've been asking for the last 2 or 3 years to try to work something out where we would get one common zip code for the western part of the county. And we've not heard anything back. So either one of you want to add on?
So I was here last year. Our office submitted a case to the congressional liaison at the United States Postal Office.
Right.
Some of the managers there in Greensboro, which oversee, that's the largest postal district management team in the state, and it was unsuccessful. So I'm more than happy to reach out again on your
Yes,
behalf.
if you would, because the leakage there, the 87 corridors divided between Sanford and Cameron and Spring Lake, and I'm sure there's sales tax dollars that should be coming here and are not making it back to Harnett County.
I've got 3 counties in my region off the top of my head, and I know the other one closest to here is Johnston, that have the same issue. Has the county submitted that process with the Postal Service? Is called a boundary review process. Has the county done that within the last 10 years, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of, but we got some great folks sitting here that can take care of it this week.
They will not look at it again for another 10 years, and they will not budge on that.
You're saying the boundary review between the counties for the county lines?
Correct.
I don't know if it was, I know we've looked at some of those with Lee and Cumberland County. We've been talking with their registered deeds tax administration department has been looking at the boundaries to ensure that the boundaries are correct. And I know we had a discrepancy actually with Chatham County, I believe it was, that we, I think, did finalize and the line was moved. But I can't recall. That was probably a
Sam,
year.
who would that, do you have who we need to submit that to?
You can give it to me, Eric Wilson out of our Wilmington office is our head post office caseworker.
Okay.
Good enough. Somebody's working on it. That's.
And the other thing that we're doing is Chris has reached out to the Department of Revenue folks to set up a meeting with us and the Department of Revenue. We're hoping to bring a commissioner or two along to meet with the Department of Revenue related to them documenting and showing what type of loss we might be having with regards to sales tax, and have them document how that process is working for them and what they're doing in order to ensure the proper amount of sales tax goes to each county. So we're working on that. Chris has already put his request into the Department of Revenue, and hopefully we'll hear in the next week or two on a meeting date for that.
Good enough.
I should have the time and date by the end of
Kimberly, when we did that a long time ago, remember when you went through and we worked with everybody, and at that time it was 19 million, I don't know why I remember this number, but it was $19 million that we were losing way back then because of the sales tax dollars that were not coming back to the county. And you all haven't looked into that deep lately? I mean, I know that's what you're talking about now, but we used to look at it, and I know you and I worked on it and got that number, and because I was telling them that it's real easy to do, especially if people use credit cards, because a credit card has an address and has a zip code, and if we, I've even talked to some folks about what if we just had a law that the money goes back to where the zip code on the, and then people will say, well, but you got these businesses that do this, and you got all these other people that do this, and I said, well, if you did it just on personal,
You'd make a big difference. If
it
you
would
just
make a
did it
huge
on
difference to
personal.
Harnett County, where you have, what's the number now about migration for workers? I used to always tell people 64%.
In that neighborhood.
Is it still pretty much the same?
Yeah, it's in that neighborhood still.
So you figure, I mean, if I'm in Raleigh and I use my credit card, they know where I live. It'd be real easy for the sales tax to track right back to Harnett County.
Yeah, we did some internal research. Kimberly has a staff person that came from the Department of Revenue. He had reached out to a few folks there, got some information. I think the leakage is better because I think that more and more individuals and companies that citizens purchase from are requiring a 9-digit in order to do the delivery. And so because of that, it's capturing more of the tax dollars. But that's not every company. And so we're still wanting to verify the process that the Department of Revenue is using in order to charge sales tax. We think it's better than it was, but still have concerns that it's not true. We're not capturing all the dollars that we should.
Even with the regular zip code, if you do the +4, it brings it to the county?
Right.
Okay, that's what it was supposed to do.
Yep.
So if everybody did that, and then we made that a regulation, then
Yeah,
it would work.
I mean, if it was, say, 5 or 6 million versus the 19 million, we've made progress, but we're still leaving 5 or 6 million that's not coming to us, which makes a huge difference on our funding of schools, our other projects, so.
It's an elementary school.
That's elementary school payment.
Right. So it's a very important issue for us that
Kimberly will fix it.
we've got to get to the bottom of this year. We've been working on it for a while, and we're just ready to get to the bottom of it one way or another.
Brooks, Mark, you have anything else?
Something, I don't know if you can answer it or not. When you talk about civil therapy, you was talking about early childhood learning, and in fact, I serve on a board, Johnson County. Why is it so, it takes so long for us to get the state funding?
What,
State funding,
as far as getting reimbursement?
yeah, get reimbursed.
Yeah, well, they went to a new payment program, so I've been getting calls for the last 3 months about people. I mean, I had one group that was over $3 million, and I got up to the secretary, and he was able to force the check out, but they put in this new accounting payment system for the state, and DHHS sends out about 600,000 checks and or payments, and trying to, I want them to do more electronic, more everything to try to make it faster. But they were requiring them to put data on the payment that they had never had to collect before. And it wouldn't go through if you didn't have all the boxes filled out. And that's part of, improvement makes it worse. So, if anybody hasn't been paid that's getting money from the state, if you can send me, or just give them my phone number, tell them I need to know the full name, I need to know how much they're owed and when the last time they got paid, and then I can contact the department and they will get it out.
Well, I give them that information because many board meetings we have is still waiting for the funding from the state,
Yeah.
waiting for the funding. That puts you in a difficult position.
We had a group that the owner of the facility that was providing services to the state took out an equity line on their home to be able to make payroll because they were almost 4 months behind on getting money from the state.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the county?
Well, I just want to say, I understand what you were saying about the rooftops and all of that. That's something I've been preaching for a long, long time. So it makes me feel good to hear you say it. But I think we're moving, and the county's moving in the right direction, but it's just so many components that we got to move for us to make any progress. My biggest problem is I want to see some jobs, some industry, some retail in this county. That's the only way we're going to be able to offset the citizens' taxes. And it will help our revenue too. So, I understand what you're saying. We just got to find a way to bring it all together.
I understand there's a Harbor Freight, Tractor Supply, and all kinds of things that are happening here soon. So it seems like there's a few things, but those are not, those generate some jobs, and it is retail, but it's not free. One of the companies that's coming to Lee County, one of them was $83,000 was the average pay. Another was $125,000 was the average pay. Now, that's what you need. If you can start doing that, that makes the difference.
And that's what I don't understand. I've always compared Lee County to Hunter County. What is that we are not doing?
They've got a lot of private folks that are investing a lot of money up there.
I think it's that, and we simply do not have any product. It's been stated over and over by some of the counterparts in Johnston and Lee counties that they never considered Harnett County a competitor for such projects. And the single biggest reason why is we simply do not have the product. And saying the product, we do not have the market ready sites and or the market ready buildings that need to be in place for folks to consider. But we're working on that, and we're taking some really big steps.
Yeah,
going
I'm
forward.
proud of
So,
you.
yeah.
Proud of the work that you're doing.
You all mentioned a bypass around Dunn. Have you all, and I was in some conversations last few weeks about a bypass around Lillington. Which is the bigger priority? One around Lillington with maybe another bridge and 4-laning 401 to Fuquay, or a bypass around Dunn?
Well, I think it's sure, with the sheer growth, you're gonna have to deal with Lillington probably first. You've been around here 4 o'clock in the afternoon trying to get through town. No, that's not gonna be a cheap project, I know.
Well, I know there was an accident on the bridge the other day, and I heard it was a mess over here. So I got a call about it, so I think, we could,
I mean, all the way to Piney Grove, Wilburn Road, it's just, during the day, it's just terrible. So, all righty, is there anything else anybody wants to add before we adjourn?
Could I share a few things real quick?
Yes, sir.
Conversation.
Go right ahead.
I don't want to hold anybody up, but God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I always like to listen twice as much as I talk. But Commissioner McCoy, I hear you on the workforce front. One thing that Senator Budd introduced last year, you can't get anything done in the United States Senate without the B word, and that's bipartisanship. But he introduced legislation that would reform the federal Pell program, and that's something that's widely supported by the 58 different community colleges across the state. But what that would try to do is continue to shift the narrative that go into a community college is essentially meaningless, and that would open up Pell, the federal Pell program, for short-term certifications of any program under 700 clock hours. It would help community colleges continue to get people into the workforce, but at a faster rate. I know that would benefit rural counties in particular, and I hear that all over the state as I'm traveling on the senator's behalf. Something else I want to mention, just because this county is so agricultural based in the region as well, is the federal adverse effective wage rate. There are so many farmers, whether it's tobacco, sweet potatoes, or others, that utilize H-2A labor is $15.81 this year, if you were not aware of that. But Senator Budd and Senator Tillis just introduced legislation to do a return to what President Trump did at the end of his administration, and that's put a 2-year freeze on that. It's not a long-term solution. Congress has failed dramatically on this issue for the last 2 decades, but it would at least provide those farmers that are on the brink of collapse some short-term relief. Senator Bergen, you mentioned the ARP extension. That's something that both the North Carolina County Commissioners Association and the League of Municipalities have talked extensively in recent months, but really all throughout last year with the senator on. He's aware of it. We're waiting for more concrete guidance on whether or not Congress will extend that, but it's something that we hear about just about every week. So as soon as I've got something, I can share it with you, Brent. Outside of that, I'll be following up as soon as I get out today on the post office issue, and we'll see what we can do there. That's one of the most troublesome federal agencies to work with. But outside of that, outside of ag being the top industry, probably the most important committee that Senator Budd sits on is Armed Services. In his first year last year, he secured $890 million in military construction, not just for Fort Bragg, but the other installations across the state, in addition to a 5.2% pay increase. So continuing to get money to North Carolina's military installations. Yes, we know there's not one in Harnett County, but there are a lot of folks that serve at Fort Bragg and veterans as well that live in this county. So making sure that we continue to do that. He's going to continue to do so. And I will close by just talking about the airport, because I know how important the airport in this county is important for future economic development. And we talked a little bit, I know you mentioned it, Representative Penny, about the importance of public-private partnerships. In addition to securing an amendment, which Congress is working to pass right now, an FAA reauthorization for airports. He is working to help increase the airport improvement program by $650 million, which would be the first time in 12 years now that there'd be an increase in that particular program. But Senator Budd is also working to create a new pilot program to provide a public-private partnership, and new money is available for T-hangars in particular, but also for economic development and attracting business to the airport. So I appreciate y'all having me here today. Thank you, Chairman Morris, and look forward to continuing to work.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, you want to make a motion?
Well, I would like to thank all of you for being here today and for sharing vision from your world, because we know you see a much bigger picture than we do. We certainly see the Harnett County picture, and we appreciate you sharing from the broader vision of the other counties that you serve as well. But we do appreciate you working with us and all the help that you've been able to give us the last few years. And we hope to continue that communication and working together. And please feel free to let us know if there's anything we can do to help with issues that you're working through and dealing with. And we want to be good partners, and we don't want to just always be sitting here with our hand out. But anyway, do thank you. And with that being said, I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly second. Hearing no further discussion, we're adjourned.